Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Happy Monday morning. Advisor Naveen, Rob the Scalper. Welcome all. Naveen, thanks for confirming. So, guys, tricky session. Nasdaq was selling at the open. Semiconductors, technology sectors weak, but there was strength, and there is still strength in some of the tech name. Microsoft, Apple are up more than 1%. Amazon is up 1.4%. Energy sector is up 2.2%. Crude oil is up 4%. So there's a lot of greens in the market. Healthcare is in green, but there are some reds, especially in the semiconductor area. Nvidia especially is down 1.6. Broadcom is down more than 2%. Micron, Intel, AMD all down today. So there's a lot of divergence in the market. So it's confusing, but yet we did a great job at the open in the pre-market, reading the market, all the deviations. Right now, Nasdaq is showing strength, but there's no confirmation from others that it is overall strong. There's rotations going on. Like right now, Microsoft is pumping, Amazon is pumping. So there are some greens, but at the same time, there are many reds in the market. So follow
The
through
Nasdaq
or
100 has dropped to
continuation is not
1%.
assured. Whether on the long or the short, it is reversing. Gaurav, Saeed, Bridget, welcome. Thank you for joining. Hope you had good weekend. There you go. Again showing rejection. LC, good to see you. Claudia, welcome. Blaze, good morning and welcome.
The Bank of Canada to hold rate lockup at other location due to labour dispute. So Bank of Canada statement says the NPR will still be released at 9:45 a.m. Wednesday. further saying that Bank of Canada news conference to be held at 10:45 a.m. Wednesday, which is 15 minutes later.
Shorting the VWAP, not a good idea, but it's okay. We are using tight stop loss. Yeah, I'm not ready to go long here in this market. We did take one long when there was a reversal here. We did go long once. On this reversal we were long. This rally we were long. But all this we have been short. Look at that red candle.
The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $3.7 billion. And the Fed bids for 6-month bills total $3.2 billion. EU's calendar says no guarantees on Russia oil price cap rollover.
So we are chopping around VWAP, guys. Nothing here to trade. Especially for longs. Yeah, I mean, can play out if we are not selling off. Market may, they are down, right? Nasdaq down 335 points, more than 1%. So they can rally and try to do the gap fill. But it's going to be tricky, knowing that there is a lot of sell in the market, especially in the semiconductor space. And ES is weaker now. ES is not as strong as it was just at the open. Because at the open we were looking for ES to go for the gap fill. Yeah, ES just needed 10 points to do the gap fill. Now it needs 28 points to do the gap fill.
Rheinmetall shares fall sharply, last down 4.5%. A reminder in 5 minutes' time, expecting the US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions. Prior high yield for the 6-month, 3.83%, prior bid to cover, 3.05%, 3-month prior high yield, 3.735%, and bid to cover, 2.58%.
So hijacked here by VWAP. Banks earnings next week. It is this week or next week? It's this week, right? Tomorrow, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, they all go tomorrow morning before the market open. Yeah. Next week we have, tomorrow we have BlackRock, Johnson & Johnson, Morgan Stanley. How to manage this
Surely
news-based
expecting
trading?
US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions.
Are you referring to that Trump tweet? This came this morning. Yeah, it was a big drop. You have to have stop losses. And especially when you know there is a news going to be there. I mean, I generally don't try to time the news. You can get lucky once in a while, but there is no strategy, which I can recommend that. Yeah, you have to have stop loss. You cannot, anytime the market is a big, it has grown big in size now. $30,000 Nasdaq can easily drop 30, 300 points or 250 point any given point of time. Like here, sudden surprise news comes which is bullish. Right now Nasdaq is down 326 point. It will go straight up 326 point to fill the gap and become flat for the day, and it's still going to be normal. And here at any given point of time there is any bearish move, it could easily come all the way into this low to make a double bottom, and it will still be like double bottom could be rally, and it will still be technically feasible for this move to happen. There are stop losses to run through all the way into these lows now. There's no alternative. You have to have stop losses. Define stop, right? At some point I'm going to take a loss. 50, 70, 100, 150. You cannot have infinite, stop loss or that I don't trade with the stop loss kind of attitude now. Don't trade Nasdaq because it's a big product. It moves big now. Two weeks ago when we had a sell-off, we got the glimpse. 1800 point movement, 1600 point movement in a day.
Onto Barack Ravid on X. The Axios report says that the renewed naval blockade hasn't come into effect yet due to legal requirement to notify ship owners 24 hours in advance. US officials said that the US military central command will announce specific timing later today. Six-month bill auction coming through now with a high rate of 3.86%, bid to cover 3.11%, and three-month bill high rate of 3.76%, bid to cover 2.84%, with the US selling $92 billion in three-month bills and $79 billion in six-month bills. For the three-month, US awards 8.47% of bids at high, and for the six-month, US awards 54.42% of bids at high.
Yeah, there is nothing going on. We are at the VWAP, stuck in a small range, 680 all the way till 720, 725, 40, 45 point range. I'm not going to trade this small range. ES gap fill suspense. I don't know. Right now it is not in any hurry. So, to be honest, what I'm waiting on, I'm waiting for Nasdaq to get really weak. I will have no answers if Nasdaq pumps. Because look at Apple, guys. Apple completely getting like hammered. It was up like 1.7%. Now it is up only 0.35. It is really getting hammered towards the downside. It's going to go flat. Apple. Complete reversal for Apple's 1.7% move. Now it is going to go flat. No, hell no, I'm not going long in this market. Yeah, I think that is what is, that is the reason why market is surviving. There is no volume, rob the scalper. To sell the market, you need volume. You need big institution to sell. You need, you big money's involvement, big volumes involvement to sell the market. And even to rally, you need at least some kind of a grind, some kind of buying, bigot buying, some stop loss hunting, especially when you're down more than 1%, you need little bit of short squeeze. So nothing is going on right now. So what will be the better thing? The better thing, in my opinion, would be to have a sell off. Somehow market sells into the new lows or double bottom. We will have some trading opportunity here. I cannot convince myself to go long. Short, lack of volume, I cannot short this. Probably big money is waiting for CPI and PPI report this week. Yeah, CPI is tomorrow, I think. CPI comes out tomorrow, 14th of July, morning 8:30 a.m. Eastern. PPI comes out on Wednesday morning 8:30. Weekly jobless claim on Thursday along with the retail sales 8:30. Friday is industrial production. So yeah, CPI and PPI, mostly CPI because it kind of will give away what producer price index will be. So another 20 minutes to go for top of the hour. ES is getting weaker. Dow is getting weaker. Dow is approaching US session lows.
Mayor says the WAF6 to transit between Salar and the West Mediterranean.
What do you think about the stocks futures that will launch? Stock futures that will launch. It's good. Recently they increased the options on some sectors also, like semiconductors. They only had weekly option. Now they have Monday, Wednesday and Friday expirations. They're getting good volume. Financials have 3 expirations now. It's good. Volumes are increasing in the market. More expiration means people will trade more bets. It's a good thing. So the binary moves, right, which were happening will not happen. Like, especially I think this is more to stabilize the products, because some of the products they only have weekly expected move, right? If there is a risk, if there is a selling, it straight away, like, it goes into the weekly expected move lower edge. But knowing that there is a volume now at Monday, Wednesday and Friday, the moves will not be that dramatic. So it's a good thing for us also. Index will become little bit reasonable. Will not be in the free fall or the squeeze mode all the time. Like, it's okay. Once in a while there is a news, there is a election results, there is a war, there is good news, there is a great earnings. You can rally big, you can sell off big one day. But every day, every week you come and you have like massive sell off, massive rallies. Yeah, that will get stabilized, especially if all the stock they get their futures. There is some volume, there is some hedging, there is some there is some measured move happening on a daily or Monday, Wednesday basis before Friday comes. It's a good thing. Because right now you may not believe this, but we are still at our daily low. This is what market had priced in to do. So if someone thinks like, why we are selling off, why we are not bouncing, yeah, because this is what market had priced in to do today on the downside. So this is our measured move on the downside. Gold is going into the weekly low. Again, we can see that gold has a more sell going on. So gold is almost going into our weekly expected move lower edge. Nasdaq, you can see that as we speak, we are still sitting at our daily low. This is our daily low and daily low too. That is where we got the double bottom. ES perfectly tagged the daily low, and that is where it found a bottom. Russell tagged the daily low initially and rallied, came back for the double bottom. Look at that wick on Trump tweet and again bounced up the daily low. So this is what it means, getting futures on the stocks, getting futures.
SK Hynix ADRs extend decline session low of 9.9%.
Right now, Nvidia has only Friday expiration. Now, if there are futures, there are like Monday, Wednesday, more expirations. The bets get more accurate and accurate. Prediction. I don't have such predictions. On a daily, weekly basis, we track. There are leap options. Actually, there is leap option for 2, 3, 4 years. You can see what is the expected range of movement for 3 years. But I don't think market will be this efficient in like 3 years prediction up to a year, because there you need volume, right? The reason the weekly works, reason like here gold, high likelihood that it is going into our weekly low today. Reason it works well, our projection, is because there is volume. There's a reason, right? There has to be volume here, there has to be volume here, and there is a huge volume here attracting gold. So gold is going to get here. I am going to show you. This is a nice volume node for Monday. Wednesday could have little lower volume. So this is lower volume, this is high volume. That is why you can see that more time spent here. Once you lose this level, straight drop into this area. It could spend some time here, and a huge level waiting here on the weekly expected move. Lot of volume sitting here, billions and billions of dollars riding on these levels or weekly levels. So yeah, the point here is, yeah, you can do this on a 1 month also. You can do it on a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year basis. But 20 year, who is buying 20 years? Nobody knows if the world is going to be there in 20 years or AI will be the future, right? And we all will be slaves. It's good. Hope they succeed. They used to have more options on Apple, Microsoft. They used to have zero DT on all the stocks also, but they didn't have volume to. They went back to again weeklies. So here's the sell-off. I told you, right? No way I'm going to go long in this market. Ideally, good thing would be to Nasdaq to sell. That is what is going on right now. So at least I was right on that front to not go long. And for me to take trade, it will be best if Nasdaq can sell. It is starting to sell. Are we looking for another new low? We don't know yet. Depends what ES is trying to do. Yeah, futures for stock also, because volume is going to be important, right? Futures for what? Like, will they have weekly? Will they have daily? Will they have monthly only? I think it's going to be better. I would prefer futures, Claudia. Options, they have decay, they have they have a lot of complications. The decay generally works against you, especially on the short term options. Even if you are right, you lose money. So yeah, it's a great thing. I think it's going to be a very welcome. They used to have it. That's the thing, right? They used to have futures for stocks. I know they had a while ago. Let me see if I can find some reference. They used to exist. That's why it used to call quad witching, futures for stocks. But then there was no volume, so there was no traction when they launched it. I would prefer those futures on the stocks, because the leverage will be inbuilt. There will be no time decay like here. I mean, there will be 3 months expiration. Yeah. There used to be something like that before. That's why it used to call quad witching, but then they stopped it. That's why it went back. Some still retain the name quad witching, and it became triple witching again, because one of those product then they retired again because of lower volume. Now there is a lot of volume, lot of retail, especially post COVID, is active in the market. Waiting for top of the hour. This bearishness may not go away until top of the hour. So do you know when are they launching this futures for stock? July 27th. Okay. Good thing for our levels. we'll be able to trade more stocks also. As I already give weekly levels for all these magnificent 8 names, including SpaceX now, total 9 big tech. There are more expiration.
Stocks of crude oil in the US SPR fell by about 3 million barrels to 316.5 million barrels last week, the lowest since 1983. So, according to spokesperson from the UN shipping agency, awaiting further details on Trump's comment that the US will charge 20% cargoes through Hormuz, they say that charging fees for any strait used for international navigation and no legal basis for introducing mandatory tolls for transit through a strait. Again, that's according to UN's shipping agency spokesperson.
Took a stop here. This could be going into the new low also. Nasdaq is weak today. Scalping as of now. Dow Jones coming into making a new session low. So that's why I'm little bit tempted to go long, because at least on this down moment something was achieved. Dow is making a new session lows as we speak. Nasdaq may not make a new low now. Let's see. Semiconductors are selling. They are selling hard. You may never know. Nasdaq can flush real hard. That's why I was trailing too tight. And that small punch on the long was just a scalp.
So a reminder, at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Fed's Waller to speak at the New York Association of Business Economics. Text is expected with Q&A and a moderator. It is an in-person event, so there's no live video at the moment. We'll keep looking for one and post it out for you in the feed when we do find one. So we do have a link to join the webinar for Fed's Waller. We'll pop it out on the feed for you shortly. That video, that link to the meeting is out in the feed for you to watch. Apologies, there you go. That's the link for it.
Dow Jones about to make a new session low. double bottom basically. It was there at overnight lows on Dow.
S&P 500 extending decline to session low, now down 0.6%. One minute ago now to expecting text from Fed's Waller. So there's also a Q&A that's expected as well with moderator. Fed's Waller comments coming through says that we'll need to see several months of lower core inflation to feel inflation is moving in the right direction. I'm concerned about elevated pace of core inflation. Also says still credible case for inflation to fall back to 2% without higher rates. I'm committed to returning to 2% inflation target and to also avoid over-tightening policy and risking recession. Concerned about equally plausible case that tighter policy will be needed. I expect a deceleration in headline inflation starting with this week's inflation data, but we'll be focused on core reading. Real side of the economy is in good shape. I'm determined to avoid repeating Fed's mistake in 2021, but labor market is not as tight now and inflation expectations are anchored. Household business spending resilient despite higher goods costs from tariffs, and energy prices surge from Middle East conflict. Tariffs, energy prices, and demand from AI build out are factors in upward price pressure on inflation. Early concerns that higher oil prices could push up prices more broadly have greatly diminished. Also, Waller says labor market is stable, close to Fed's maximum employment goal. I expect solid consumer spending growth, strong AI-related investment to continue. Labor market are not a source of inflationary pressure or concern for strength of economic expansion. I think in the comments from Fed's Waller, it's released slightly earlier there than expected. We have posted our Waller speech on the feed for you to read through. traders price in 50% chance of a Fed rate hike this month.
So yeah, very dangerous. I'm not going to further move my stop loss. If we, I don't know, start making new lows in Nasdaq, it can sell off real hard. So let's take a stop here.
Spot gold extending losses, last down now 3%. Again, post Fed's Wallace comments.
What is the previous low on Nasdaq? 488. Okay, let's take a stop because this could sell off hard.
Treasuries fall as Fed's Wallace says near-term hike is possible. Nasdaq 100 extending decline session low of 1.9%.
Gold almost reaching our weekly low. Almost there, gold.
US short-term interest rate futures price about 45% chance of a July Fed rate hike, up from 35% earlier on Monday. So gold falling over 3% as well, as says near-term rate hike possible. So around about 3 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from ECB Schnabel. ECB Schnabel giving keynote remarks and participates in panel discussion at the annual economic reception of Deputy Minister President North Rhine-Westphalia in Munster, Germany. Text will be made available via slides on the ECB's website.
Yeah, you have to scalp here for right, because this again, if it rolls over, is capable of making a new low. Let me go bring my food. It's going to take time to get this bottom. Yeah, semiconductors are looking in a very bad shape. Technology semiconductors selling off really hard. Yeah, there's the big flush.
Ed Wallace says we've gotten persistently better and stronger job reports. So Manu, this is part of Waller's Q&A part of the session now. Waller says AI may be affecting financial conditions. And if AI were to pop or pull back, we would see pretty big changes in financial conditions.
Okay, let me bring my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Above $75.50 a barrel. Fed's Wallace says I see no reason to ever be in a scarce reserve regime. Fed's Wallace says if we can figure out a way that banks don't need as much reserves, there's no problem with shrinking balance sheet accordingly. Fed's Wallace says there's a lot of dispute how much you can shrink the balance sheet on reserve demand alone. Task force will think about how seriously we can think about reducing balance sheet. Waller also adds that I've had a hard time seeing where balance sheet at current size is causing problems.
I'm back with my food. I'm not sure on the bottom yet, but it's a slow sell. It's always difficult to judge when the sell-off is so slow.
Fed's Waller says now is not the time to use forward guidance. Fed's Waller says there's no theory in economics that says withholding information is good. Fed's Waller says that our one mark is to have as much information as possible. and surprising people is not a good idea. Just hearing reports that there was an attack by six Houthi missiles targeting Aba airport in Saudi Arabia. Also reports that following the attack from Yemen, all flights at Aba airport in Saudi Arabia have been completely suspended. So this is just coming from a mix of Iranian sources on Telegram and then their newswires, and also Israeli sources on Telegram too.
Fed's Waller says not clear how easy monetary policy can deal with the demand on AI.
Sorry guys, I'm just finishing up my food, but trying to get reversal. There is so much of overhead resistance. You have to split your trade into small chunks. There's no huge V-shaped recovery in this market. It's very bearish, guys. Tesla down more than 3%, Broadcom more than 3%, Nvidia down almost 3%, Microsoft is up 2%, Amazon up 1%, Apple is up 0.2%, financials in green, energy up 2.6%, healthcare up 0.37%. So it's so much of confusion out there, so much of divergence out there. Still, it's not synchronized that everything is selling off. You feel scared and leave the markets. There is small possibility of retracements each time it sells because of these divergences. So it's the same for short also, I think. Even for short, they have to, pause, again re-enter, wait for it to come to like here. Again, trying to roll over, maybe the short will work again.
Fed's Waller says if I get another higher inflation reading on inflation, I'll treat that as a signal, not noise. And Waller says it will be a useful signal. Fed's Waller says if inflation comes down in next reading, we'll need a couple more than that way to see that as a signal. Waller says the BLS is getting more responses later in the payroll survey cycle. And Waller says not worried about bigger BLS payrolls revisions. Waller says unemployment rate has traditionally been best indicator of labour market. And Waller further says it has been very stable. The Saudi-led coalition in Yemen says they dealt with ballistic missiles launched by Houthis towards southern region.
It's been tricky market today. There have been couple of reversals. There have been sell-offs.
Waller says, I've been a skeptic of the dots for a long time, would change them in some key ways. And Waller
Yes.
says, I wouldn't go beyond 18 months. And Waller further saying, I would get rid of the long run estimates. And Waller says, would get rid of a calendar based dot plot. Waller says, I cannot speak for the committee, but I can speak to the median point of the dots. And Waller said, I would release the dots a day after the meeting.
So gold has perfectly hit our weekly expected move low range. That's our weekly low. Getting a small reaction of it. Yeah, this is what it was after.
Waller says, wish we'd never bought MBS. And Wallace has never been a fan of Fed buying mortgage-backed securities. Waller says some of the job market uncertainty resolved itself this year. It's been a stunning turnaround. Fed Waller says markets believe the Fed will get inflation down to 2%. We have credibility. And Waller says not interested in symbolic rate hikes.
How do you win in this environment?
And Waller says, I think our credibility is intact. Market believes we will do our job. Waller says, like that, we have a clear price index for our benchmark. Fed Waller says, can't have inflation be like porn. You know it when you see it. That's not how central bankers should think.
Very weird price action today. You cannot trust any of these pop or drops.
Fed Waller says, seems reasonable to aim for 1.5 to 2.5% inflation. Waller says sometimes a point estimate is too restrictive in terms of judging success and failure. And Waller says regime change means you don't ask current regime to run one of the task forces. And Waller says we're going to learn a lot from task forces. Waller says all are going to have a valuable impact when talking about task forces.
How do you win in the small fluctuations? No real sell off, no real reversal. I think it's going to sell off late in the evening, like just after 3 p.m. I think. Because if you have to clear these lows, they have to start bouncing. If they are going to hang around here, very likelihood that they will sell into end of the day. USA, good to see you. Thanks for joining. A difficult day in terms of the price action. Difficult to stay green. We are getting winners, but to build on that winner, get second winner, make a big profit, it's not happening today. Yeah, it was a crazy weekend. We had shooting here in Toronto festival. Yeah, once in a while, it's very not very rare. Yeah, once I think last time I heard was I think 2 years ago. It was in Quebec, I think, in some mosque or something. And then here in British Columbia, right, there was one school shooting. Yeah, very rare here. moving very slow pace. That's why it's difficult to short. In this slowness, you cannot short because moment they put strong green candle, there could be little bit of short covering, as we are down like 500 points for the session. Nasdaq is down 506, ES is down 49 points.
Oil prices extend gains, rise 7% to session highs.
You have to take stop losses here in this kind of price action, because one of this move is going to be huge. Whether you are short or long, if it is going against you, you have to take stop losses. They creep, and then they will start selling off, or even on the upside, if you see little bit of pop, You will never. I think sell off probabilities are higher here. Seeing the way the things are going on. Oil up 7%. 10-year yields are up 0.94, almost 1%. But the moment we decide to short, it bounces. It bounces after stopping us out. Be ready to reverse, okay? To short. Let's see if this wants to pop. Else I'll. Yeah, we can short this. There is a lot of room on the downside. Hope I don't get chopped out on both the side. I don't know. I shot it just now, so it can happen. Maybe I'm not reading at all. Yeah, look at that. Now the buyers are getting involved. Mhm. Mhm. What do you think? Will it come down or go back up? It has nice, that bouncing pattern going on. It will come down. In deep planning, whole downside.
So a reminder, in 10 minutes time, expecting the US federal budget balance, forecast minus 128.25 billion, prior minus 293 billion. Also expecting comments from Bank of England's Pill, speaking at the International Finance and Banking Society conference hosted by Bayes Business School. So, US Navy-led Joint Maritime Information Center says the US blockade applies to all vessel traffic regardless of flag. So again, speaking on earlier from Trump's Truth Social post, saying that he was imposing a 20% levy on any traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz as they take back the strait. Now it's saying, coming from US Navy-led Joint Maritime Information Center, that the US blockade applies to all vessel traffic regardless of flag. And the US Navy-led JMIC says the US military will begin enforcement of a naval blockade of all Iranian ports and Iranian coastal areas at saying US-led JMIC, US military will begin enforcement of a naval blockade of all Iranian ports and Iranian coastal areas at 8 GMT on 14th of July. The US Navy-led JMIC says US blockade encompasses entirety of Iranian coastline to include but not limited to Iranian ports and oil terminals.
There's a link in the chat for the source of the news. It's a paid news service from Financial Juice Pro.
So the US Navy-led JMIC says the blockade will not impede neutral transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz to or from non-Iranian destination.
with me.
So a reminder at the top of the hour, we're expecting the US federal budget balance. Forecast is minus 128.25 billion, prior minus 293 billion. We're also expecting comments from Bank of England's Pill.
Yeah, this is like Globex session. ES coming into the session lows, Nasdaq hovering near the session lows of 29,460. 29,460 is the previous low. 17 point flush we are not able to do. It should be one candle for 15 point at least. That is not happening. Hey Prashant, good to see you. Thanks for joining. The problem is now top of the hour is approaching. Maybe it could start rallying, guys. So be careful for this top of the
1
hour.
minute remaining.
Staying neutral for top of the hour. I know I'm overall bearish, but
So seeing here the US budget balance coming out early at minus 120.3 billion, minus 120.3 billion. That's higher than the forecast, and minus 128.3 billion.
at top of the hour you have to be careful. Maybe it will start bouncing. I'll re-enter that shot.
Iran's foreign minister on X says Iran has always been the guardian of the Strait and will remain so forever. So saying here the Treasury US June budget deficit 120 billion versus June 2025 surplus of $27 billion. US fiscal 2026 year-to-date deficit $1.367 trillion versus the comparable fiscal 2025 deficit of $1.337 trillion. The US June budget outlays at 616 billion versus 499 billion in June 2025, and receipts 496 billion versus 526 billion in June 2025. US June net customs duties 25.6 billion.
Yeah, good. We went flat for top of the hour. Look at that green candle. Hitting stop losses at the top of the hour.
Brent crude futures up 8% as the US blockade applies to all vessels and entire Iranian coastline, ports and oil terminals, starting 8 p.m. GMT on the 14th of July. Andrew Burnham received the backing of 349 Labour MPs. So again, UK's Andrew Burnham has received the backing of 349 Labour MPs. Iran's Arachi says Trump's 20% Hormuz charge is too much. We have posted the US Federal Budget Balance June 2026 report on the feed for those interested.
Just they're playing games, algorithms today on the lower volume. Very dangerous price action today. Slow, not committed. Difficult. Not getting any feels like you get winners, but you're not able to take profit. You eventually get stopped out. You keep booking losses. You need one big winner. Yeah, I'm ready to take many, stop losses. I have no problem, getting stopped out. But you eventually need one big winner, right, to make your day count. Like you have to literally, like, I don't know, test every single, tick or price point before it drops. Just flush it already. This afternoon session has been total disaster. Like, barely, you are able to get back to green. You again turn red. Morning session was really good. Look at that. Stop losses, run. Run through the stop losses.
The regional maritime security threat level remains severe, with further deliberate hostile activity likely under current conditions. This is according to the GMRIC. Excuse me, the JMIC. And more from the JMIC saying further deliberate hostile activity currently likely. And furthermore from the JMIC saying mariners should expect sustained naval presence, increased IRGC hailing and monitoring along transit routes, and possible diversion of AIS-equipped vessels to the northern Iranian-controlled route.
What flush it, man. Break that. Low. No, not without
Seeing some
bouncing.
strength in WTI crude here, a little bit of weakness in the S&P 500. So again, following comments from the JMIC saying that mariners should expect sustained naval presence, increased IRGC hailing and monitoring along transit routes, and possible diversion of AIS-equipped vessels to the northern Iranian-controlled route.
Look at that bounce, man. Stay down. $560 break will give you a big flush in ES. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have been patient, but it was difficult to have winners, big winners, because this, sudden stop loss hunt because of lower volume has been really frustrating. Look at that bounce.
The US then forced blockade of Iranian ports from July 14th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
Still cannot make $5 on that account. That's why I always say, right? Make $5. Just make $5. I think whole afternoon I may have struggled to make that $5. Every time I turn break even, I take drawdown. Yep, but it has taken like real long. Yeah, Nvidia might be heading into its weekly low, guys. $3 away, $3.80 away. It is at $203.77. $200.29 is the weekly low. That's the destination for Nvidia. Earlier, gold hit the weekly low perfectly. It has two bottoms at that weekly low and it is still bouncing. What else is down? SpaceX is down, still has a lot of room for its weekly low. Tesla down 3.6%. Tesla could be here 383 by tomorrow. Broadcom we checked, right? Broadcom still has a lot of room. So a lot of room, guys, on the downside. It's just that we don't have volume, we don't have momentum, we don't have panic, we don't have any fear in the selling. VIX is up 15%, guys, but it's not reflecting, guys, in the range. VIX is up 15% right now. I mean, look at that. It's at the highest point of fear someone has felt in the market today, and yet markets are not flushing. They are taking its sweet time, still managing to stop shorts before they flush. This is unbelievable. We should be already panicking by now with 15% spike in. Yeah, I mean, generally, I check VIX. I know VIX represents volatility of S&P 500. Nasdaq's volatility is VXN. But I prefer watching VIX because the ES order flow and VXN is also up 9%. So not that there is less share in the Nasdaq. It is also at the highest point. So generally VIX is a better indicator because there's a lot of volume on options on VIX. I don't know if you are aware, there is product called as VVIX. It's options on VIX. So you can buy the volatility using VVIX. So that generally you see a lot of activity for the S&P 500 VIX. We have some new lows, but again very slow selling.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $78.14 a barrel, up $6.73 or 9.42%. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at around $3.16 a gallon. NYMEX diesel August futures settle at around $3.82 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $2.89.
So the point I was trying to make is, if someone is trying to hedge their portfolio, right? Someone is, very worried about volatility, impacting their portfolio. They would directly buy VIX. That is where, the liquidity is. That is where the bets are highest. That is where the most accurate tracking of their portfolios or hedging activities, fund manager would like to do. But yeah, in fact there are there are different products on VIX. I don't know if you are aware. There is a 9-day volatility, 15-day volatility. I think you need to search 9-day VIX or something like that. VXN9 something. Yeah, you can see right. There is a 9-day VIX, VXN 9D. So this VXN 9D. Okay, if you see VXN, it is up 33%. So you can see right. Obviously, we saw VXN, that is Nasdaq's volatility. This is, I believe, again S&P 500 9-day VIX. So S&P 500 normal VIX is up 15%. So if someone is trying to hedge more aggressively, they would go for 9-day VIX. That is up 33%. So it's like that triple Q and TQQQ, right? Triple leverage ETF. So same thing, VX90. I think there are a couple of more. If you try to add few more days, VX90. VIX. Maybe 15 day or 30 days should be there. 3 month is there, so VIX 3 month volatility is also there. But yeah, so that's where VIX is most widely tracked. It may be the most accurate representation of fear in the market. Yeah, but yeah, good to be aware of other products also exist. Someone, I don't know, like trying a leveraged ETF. They have a very big portfolio and they want to hedge for very small small money. Go for VIX 90, but highly leveraged. The loss will also be more quickly. Normal VIX is 30 days. Okay, I see. Yeah, you're right. Normal VIX is 30 days volatility. My IV is like from Friday to Friday, 7 days. 7 days implied volatility. Then it down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. On Thursday it is 1 day. Sometimes even though markets are coming down, you just cannot trade them, right? It's in between you are going to get stopped out. I just don't know, right? In this slowness, how to short the market. Anyway, we recovered any loss we may have taken, but we haven't made much profit or progress in the afternoon session today. We had this profit in the morning also, but it's good, guys. At least I'm not closing red in any one account. So are we trying to take reversal? I not looking great, guys. This is not looking good. Finish may not be good. Yeah, but this might continue to flush, guys, in the after hours into tomorrow's open. Nvidia is getting really bearish. It's down more than 3% right now. We saw, right? So now we should go long.
So
Only
we
because
posted this out earlier, but now hitting the main wires that Yemen's Houthi said they targeted Saudi Arabia's Abha airport with a ballistic missile.
hit the like button, guys, for our effort today. Lowest sell off ever today, with VIX being up 13%, slowest sell off ever. This is like VIX in negative or VIX up 2%, then the sell off can be this low, but VIX up 13% and you get this kind of a sell off. There must be a lot of rotation going on in the market.
Trump on Truth Social says will be making a speech to the nation on Thursday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
There are greens. There are a lot of greens in the market. That is the problem. It's not full-fledged selling. There's a lot of rotation going on. Visa up, MasterCard up, Amazon up, Netflix up, Microsoft up, Apple up. Look at that energy section in the right corner. Defensive, utilities. There's a lot of green. Insurance green.
The Yemeni armed forces say we warn all airlines to refrain from flying through the Saudi Arabian airspace. Brent crude futures settle at $83.30 a barrel, up $7.29 or 9.59%. So according to IRNA, quoting the IRGC, saying 2 US Lucas drones destroyed in the Bandar Abbas and La.
Well done, Nathan. Congratulations. Good job. 25k accounts can be tough these days to trade and make money with that less drawdown. You were trading Nasdaq or you switched to MES?
An IRNA reporter in the Hosmagan province reported that 4 explosions were heard in the east of Bandar Abbas.
MNQ? Wow, good job. 1500 drawdown room may not be sufficient these days with MNQs. I'm going to keep it tight here because we are top of the hour approaching. $500 drawdown. My goodness. These days I'm not even trading 50k accounts. I'm just taking 150k accounts. 50k also is not enough for me as I trade mini contracts. So 50k accounts are not enough, especially on a volatile day. Nathan, you're funny. Yeah, man. Like this is. Sometimes I think, right? I might get older more faster because of trading market. It's not easy. It's not easy to make money from trading. It is not easy to make money. That's why people, especially influencer and all, they try to make it expedite. Through, I don't know. From trading it takes time. You can see, right? You sit entire day, then you make couple of $100, and if you really have a good day that day, yes, you make $3,000-4,000 account profit. Trading personal account is good. I only trade MNQs, but that profit is like $500, $1,000, $2,000 at the end of the month, because you win some, you lose some. At the end, $2,000-3,000 in one account.
The
using
Yemeni armed forces say we
micros.
will never accept the continuation of the aggression and siege. We are fully prepared to take the necessary actions and steps to lift the siege.
Yeah, I'm not going with big contracts on personal account, because if you take a loss in the personal account with big contracts, you dig a very big hole. Like you could be. It could take many days. Because in my initial years I had taken like $7,000-8,000 loss, and entire year then you're restricted. You cannot take more risk. You don't want to cross $10,000 loss in personal account. Yeah, if you focus on making like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 maximum in a smaller account with 5,000. These days there are some low brokerage or low commission, low deposit brokerage. AMP, I use it. I put like $2,000-3,000. It lets me trade couple of micros. It is enough. So that way, my overall goal is like, if I can make $10,000 on my personal account. I have a couple of accounts. That is what I target. And you keep paying yourself. You don't keep money, because one day on tilt, you can blow entire profits from entire month or entire year. So the key is you trade small, you keep paying yourself, gather a lot of buffer. Still prefer prop firms for taking risk. Top of the hour, guys. Might try to rotate back for this power hour. Yeah, we have banks earning tomorrow. We have inflation report. Tomorrow morning is going to be crazy. All the banks are going to report earnings. We have CPI, inflation data. So mostly banks are going to report earning tomorrow and day after. The week after, I think next week onwards, tech, some of the tech. Last week of July will be all the major tech. Netflix is Thursday. Okay.
Tasnim say air defences activating Iran's Bandar Abbas. So according to Tasnim, reports of 6 explosions heard near Chabahar. The New York Fed says desk plans to conduct $17.6 billion in reinvestment purchases and additional estimates of $10 billion in reserve management from July 14th to August 13th. So a bit more further info coming in here from Tasnim saying that multiple blasts heard in Iran's Bandar Abbas and Konarak.
Yeah, Nathan, it's right at the banner below. RDGD is the code mentioned here. And Tradify has a good deal going on. 40% off. And I think they have additional 5% off. If you take their 5 account bundle, you get 45% off. Yeah, I just pinned that deal in the chat. So Tradify July sale is 40% of all accounts, 45% off on 5 account bundle. And yes, growth account are their best accounts. I use their growth account. With Lucid, you want to use Flex account. With Tradify, you use growth account. So there are no longs, guys, in this market. We have been continuously short throughout this late afternoon now. I don't think I prefer any longs here. It's very bearish price action. Yeah, with Legends, one in the bottom banner. I use Apprentice account. They're nice.
So coming in here from IRNA saying 4 missiles have reportedly hit areas near Konarak and a US aircraft is in the airspace over the city of Konarak.
It's already making new lows. I don't know. I'm not in the short, but people who are in the short, they might be enjoying this one. I never got this kind of a flush so far. Any longs next few days? I don't know. It really depends. I think the expectations are really high from the AI. Any miss or any, capex or the infrastructure spend, it's not going to impress markets.
So coming here for the Washington Post, saying the Trump administration and the AI industry have been discussing a framework to streamline US open source models to market based on the capability ceiling of leading Chinese models.
All these things are bullshit. There's no company, no, revenue, nothing. Chinese model, this model, AI model. Let's see how SpaceX reports.
Tasnim News says several violating vessels targeted in the Strait of Hormuz.
Thursday evening 9 p.m. It will be a good time to buy longs. Okay. Or any selling, all the bearishness will be gone by Wednesday late afternoon. I don't know. I was never happy with the sell-offs we have got recently in the market. We haven't. Generally, this kind of price action, can be frustrating. It could go all the way till September, unfortunately. And I can tell you exactly why. Before any major sell-off will happen in September. Yeah, let me just QQQ explain. So yeah, generally this is what long-term trades. No, I'm not doing any portfolio management. We just did it in one cycle, but it's a good segue to explain how I would invest in this cycle, as Pawan asked, in next few days, what are the chances? So first of all, earnings are there. Use slow music might help. Okay, so this is what I see happening. At least earnings, first of all, earnings will be the driver. Yes, with the earnings we can go into all-time highs if the Microsoft, if Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, they all report. Nvidia earnings is late, end of August. It will be almost September by the time Nvidia reports earning. September, seasonality wise, is very volatile month. Generally sell off in September and October. So here we are in July. One more month, right? One more month left for the summer, August. I know if earnings are not going to be good, I don't think we are making all-time high before going down. So we may have put the all-time highs until year end now, because this is same price action we were here, right? You make an all-time high, you pull back, you have a strong rally, you fail, you have another strong rally, you fail, strong rally, you fail, strong rally. This time you are convinced like it is going into all-time highs, then fail. But meanwhile this is happening, some other products will be making all-time high, like SPY. You can see, right? Meanwhile that was happening. First sell off, second sell off, it did do double top, pull back, third rally, it did make a new all-time high, pull back, new all-time high, pull back, new all-time high, new all-time high. So there will be small creeping new all-time high for the headlines, but behind the scene, Nasdaq, especially if AI earnings are not good this July, it could be doing same behavior, right? We may have put all-time highs here for at least until end of the year, and then we fail, we slowly creep, we sell off, maybe we make another high here, another high here, so this is all like July, August gone here doing this, and maybe September, October we sell, and then finally we rally into year end. Generally this is what. Why? Because there's a lot of open interest being created here, guys. Markets are not going anywhere here, they are sideways. So there's a lot of calls and puts being bought and sold, call and puts bought and sold. So it creates a lot of stop losses to run through on both the sides. So given that we might make a flush to eat those stop losses, and then September, after October, we could rally into year end, something like that. It's quickly approaching, guys, year end. It's almost July will be over after this earning. There's nothing, right? August month, 1 month could be very slow, boring. September, October, you have seasonality wise very bearish month. The election is there, right? When is the election and when will be the results? November? So November first week. So because this is what they do, they are like very bastards, big money. I mean, they suck in, they suck in retail. Like we get frustrated, right? We are sitting on a money, we have to invest. We got this when you were investing with me in New Paradigm Group. Last year, December, we started that group activity, right? So here we made best use of this cycle, right? We bought here, we bought here, we bought here, we bought here heavy. This was the most heaviest lot we bought, and then we bought little bit more here, and we sold somewhere here and here. Obviously, I still have some position from that dip. I still have some position long at this high. But what I'm trying to say is, someone who has not taken advantage of that dip and this rally this year so far, they might be getting frustrated here, right? They are sitting on a money, cash. They have to invest next few months or next few weeks at least, if not on one day. The problem here is, it's like it's slow. It's gathering the open interest. It's letting people buy calls or shares or whatever, put if they are bearish. So it is gathering open interest. So it's not going to give you a clean move here so that your calls directly go in the money. They'll keep, keep buying. Markets are normal, economy is good, AI is good. There will be nothing, when slowly there will be a headline. Oh my God. Then you think, is it going to sell off? Then, people who bought here, maybe they add more. And this is where, they have best opportunity to run for that, stop losses. So you cannot trust this price action, that this kind of price action will give you nice profits. Nice profits will only come when they have done this kind of thing. When they have done a rug pull, like here, they gather the open interest, right? You buy, let's say 50 shares. Here you add another 50 shares. And this is their best opportunity to flush. They have to have some of the stop losses, right? For greedy or very aggressive trader, they need to flush and then they
The
rally.
Nasdaq 100 falls further, hitting session low
There's
of
the
2%.
sell off now finally happening. We have been fully bearish on this market since late afternoon. But you're not short. I was explaining, I was talking, and to be honest, I'm tired, guys. I don't want to take any loss into this end of the day. Generally, after 3:30, I don't like to trade. I have small profits today. I don't have huge profits to play with. So generally, I want to preserve those profits. Even if I take a trade, first of all, generally after 3:30, I don't want to take a trade. Even if I end up taking a trade, it will be one and only one micro, maybe 1 to 1, total 2 micros only. So let's see. We'll give it a shot. If it comes to 29,000, I don't know, 470 area, maybe we'll try to short it once. So at least happy we did not choose the wrong side. It was all short for us. Especially, I think until 12:30 1 p.m. I was little bit hopeful of some reversal. But once we entered that 1:30 2 p.m. there's no long, guys. Generally they make it really worse. Party who is experiencing pain, they make it more worse for that side. In this case, longs, they were under pressure. People buying call. Zero DT, they want to expire. Worthless. They don't want to give any profit into end of the day to anyone. They might even want to liquidate people who are who will get margin calls, who cannot maintain the position into day or overnight session. Margin requirements are high. They won't give any relief.
So according to IRIB News, they say contrary to reports circulating on social media, the essentializations the reports that there have been. Excuse me. So IRIB News says contrary to reports about the reported explosions in Bandar Abbas, they say it's not true.
And this guy will get replaced with AI soon. Can't read simple news
So
update.
they say there have been no explosions reported at Bandar Abbas, the islands of Hengam, Larak, Keshem, Jask, and Sirik as of this moment.
I don't know, guys. What's his problem? I don't understand. This is his only job, right? Read the news. He can't read the news. Half of the time he's choking on his own words. At the end, I didn't even understand whether this news is positive or negative.
CNN, citing an official, says Trump will support the Russia sanctions bill. So another just bit of news of, again, IRIB News or Iran State TV, saying that there's no explosions reported at Bandar Abbas, the islands of Hengam, Larak, Keshem, Jask, and Sirik as of this moment. It's just being picked up by some of the major news wires now.
Amit, no, it's headed into our weekly low, guys. It's a high likelihood. After coming down this much, do you think Nasdaq will not go for the weekly low? Or ES, who is already here, may not go for the weekly low? Nvidia, which is, constantly coming down, has, still a lot of distance to cover. Yeah, I think Nasdaq weekly lows are coming at least tonight, tomorrow. The only thing is, will we go up first and how much? Hit the like button, guys. Only for you. I generally would not have traded this late, but it's okay. Whenever I have an opinion, I make sure that at least I have a trade on. Yeah, so think about it, Amit. Like, generally you think, right? People who could be trying to go long, people who could have been averaging down, or people who waited entire day, that, and it's not bad. Like, markets were down 400, 350 points, right? So people, just buy a small position, maybe a call on QQQ or SPY. See, by the end of the day, if it rallies, they could have a good output before the end of the day. Or people buy, right? It's down 2%, high likelihood that there will be half a percentage or 1% gain, and with option they could make good 10-15% return. But the technicality is, the way they work is people who are selling those calls, they don't want them to win. They will make sure that they finish bearish. They won't give any relief, at least not immediately. Tomorrow it's their risk to take. They will have to leave a position overnight. They will have to survive on any news, bad news from this war. Tomorrow they will have earnings before the market open. So every risk is on the people buying call now and keeping their position overnight. Or if people are purchasing shares, right? 100 shares, 50 shares, 10 shares. They will need to take the risk of the market close. They will need to assume the risk that earnings will be all great and inflation will be lower. Nobody gets a winner here before end of the day. So it's more to do with what is ahead. Now, what has happened, we all know it was a bearish day. But tomorrow we have pre-market banks earning. Tomorrow we have pre-market CPI report. And before the market open, if anything goes bad with the earnings, with the CPI report, then people who are locked in the long, they are the one whose stop losses will be very juicy to run through. And that's the reason why it won't bounce in such kind of scenarios. So constantly you have to think, right? You have to think like a long versus short. Like, it's okay if we are long, we lose, we feel little bit hurt, we feel little sad, but forget about loss and think about, right, as a short, what they are looking for. If you are able to think both sides of the market, then you start, getting some edge in the market. both the sides. Like I really traded well today. It was not an easy day to trade and stay green. Especially in the afternoon, it was a big struggle for me to stay on the green side. I always found my account, going in the red, but somehow each time managed to bring it back to green.
So according to MS Now, Trump to address the 2020 election in a speech on Thursday. And furthermore from MS Now, saying that Trump is to discuss foreign interference in the 2020 election.
Imbalance time, 2 more minutes to go for imbalance.
One minute remaining for the market on close imbalance. 10 seconds. Market on close imbalance: S&P 500 buy side 2 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.3 billion, Dow 30 buy side 196 million, Mag 7 buy side 345 million.
Imbalance has come on buy side, but it's not that huge. We might still be able to sell.
Oman says we prioritise engagement with Tehran to ensure freedom of navigation. Furthermore, Muscat is committed to actively cooperating with Iran and global powers to establish stable security arrangements. The ultimate goal of these efforts is to achieve permanent mechanisms that prevent the reoccurrence of crisis in this strategically important region.
So this is the risk of taking that last trade into that last 10-15 minutes. It could be more to do with the positioning with next day, because once the market is closed, people don't get to buy. So temporarily it could go up. In the after hours it might still come down. Let's see. Break even is also fine for me on this one, provided I get one. Oh, there you go, big red. exactly at my average. It's getting a bounce. Okay, just 2 more minutes to go, then we'll call it a day. Let's see. It's okay. Small loss or break even here. It's already bouncing, so doesn't look like it will come into new low. For the session close, it might continue to grind. No, I don't think so. Generally, if the imbalance was good, positive, 2 billion right on the S&P, 1.3 billion on Nasdaq, 350 million on Magnificent 7, Dow 200 million. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. 500 gets taken out. I'm okay to get stopped out. If there is a rejection, I can add one more micro. If 500 rejects, it's rejecting. Yeah, it's rejecting. Let's try to get, break even if we can. As there is no time left now. Good call there, Pawan, on 501. Come on now, don't bounce on my average. At At least we are getting a break even. Alright guys, 4 p.m. on the clock. Great session, great day. Overall, we were green. Doesn't matter, right? It was slow, but we kept it positive throughout the day. Whenever we took small loss, we recovered with the next trade. That's what matters, right? On a day like today, when there is no clear direction and the sell-offs were slow, there were no reversal, no V-shaped recovery, no huge massive sell-offs, just small
SK Hynix ADRS
tricky
closes
selling.
down 9.3% in the second day of trading.
I think price action will be
Philadelphia
much
Semiconductor Index closes 4.8% lower.
price action which will be very clean tomorrow after the inflation report and all the banks reports earning. It will be clean fast. Let's enjoy tomorrow together. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Take care. Bye bye. I'll close this trade. Thanks. Bye.